Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for adjusting our schedule. That's very accommodating. I understand a witness is willing to go ahead today out of order. It's Mr. Freeman, I think, and council ready. Thanks.
Mr. Commissioner Jean-Simon Schernholz for the commission. And as you said, our next witness is Mr. Ian Freeman.
Okay.
Mr. Freeman, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Bible is fine.
Sir, if you could please stand behind the microphone just for the record. Thank you. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Ian Freeman, IANFREEMAN.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Freeman. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good to see you again. So, Mr. Freeman, you sat down with Commission Council, I believe last month for an interview. You recall that?
I do.
So let's pull up WTS 6021. We've prepared a summary of that interview and you've had a chance to review it with your council.
I have.
Do you have any changes to make to the summary?
There is one change I'd like to make.
Okay.
It's towards the end. There's a reference to tow trucks that were supplied or coordinated to, I believe it says we supplied 10 to the city of Ottawa.
Okay.
Send 10 to the
We
city
could
of,
scroll down to try and find that.
very close to the end. I think keep going. Keep going. Yes, so it says here in this paragraph that's at the bottom of the page, Mr. Freeman's understanding is that MTO sourced some heavy tow trucks for Ottawa and up to 10 tow trucks for Windsor. It's actually 10 for Ottawa. For Windsor, we provided a name, a contact name for a tow truck to the OPP, but I don't believe they used that tow truck operator.
Great, thank you. Any other changes?
No.
Wonderful, so we'll have that entered into evidence. So Mr. Freeman, could you start by telling us your current position?
Currently, I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Corporate Services Division at the Ministry of Transportation, which is also the Chief Administrative Officer.
And I understand that wasn't your position during the events of January and February earlier this year.
Yeah, that's correct. At the time, I was the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Policy and Planning Division at MTO.
And can you tell us briefly what your responsibilities are and were at the time?
Yeah, so as the Assistant Deputy Minister in Policy and Planning, I was responsible for developing long-term transportation plans, developing transportation policies. We had a unit that was responsible for intergovernmental relations, as well as other policy coordination type activities.
Okay. And what generally is the MTO's mandate?
Well, MTO's mandate is to provide safety for the transportation network, to do operating of the provincial highway system, to provide long-term transportation planning for Ontario's transportation system, and other safety and operational activities related to the transportation system.
And your role within that is the lead on policy development.
That's right.
And who do you report to?
I report to the Deputy Minister of Transportation.
And who is the Deputy Minister at the time?
It was Deputy Minister Laurie LeBlanc at the start. About halfway through the protest period in mid-February, we had the Deputy Minister retired, and we had a new Deputy Minister, Doug Jones. There was a very brief period where an associate took over for a few days.
Okay. And how many other Assistant Deputy Ministers are there?
There are 6 other Assistant Deputy Ministers.
Okay. Do you regularly have direct contact with the Minister of Transportation, of Transport?
Not daily, but regular, probably weekly, sometimes less or more, depending on the circumstance and what's happening.
And what kind of contact would have had you have had with her during these events?
During the events, we had occasional briefings with her to give her updates on what was happening operationally and the support that the ministry was providing, as well as discussions on what else could the ministry do from a regulatory or policy perspective.
Okay. And what role did the minister have then in responding to these events?
I don't know that the minister had a direct role in responding to the events. The government's response, the government of Ontario's response, was being coordinated through the Minister of the Solicitor General. So she would have certainly had a role in terms of the mandate that I spoke to at the beginning, that she would exercise that, but I don't think she had a specific role in regards to these protests.
Thanks. Can you tell us generally what acts and regulations MTO is responsible for enforcing?
The main act would be the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's quite a few other acts that we also enforce or have responsibility for, but our key act is the Highway Traffic Act.
And am I correct that both police as well as MTO officers can enforce the provisions of the Highway Traffic Act?
That's correct. I don't know if our enforcement officers enforce all aspects of the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's certain elements of that they do, among other legislation as well.
So in some cases, MTO officers could enforce independently. In others, they would require enforcement by police.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go to ONT 50447. So this is an email dated January 21st from Jessica Barton, who I understand is at the MTO. And if we go to the second paragraph, it says the convoy is expected to start in some areas of Ontario on January 25th, ending travel to Ottawa January 29th at noon. Primarily, it will be bobtail trucks, but may also include four-wheel vehicles and trailers as well. Currently, there's no estimated number of trucks. However, it is expected to be in the thousands into Ottawa. Did you receive this briefing? Yeah, if you go up, you can see the recipient list of this email.
No, I wouldn't be part of that
You wouldn't be
distribution
part of
list.
that. Was this information that was generally available to you at this time on the 21st?
No, this would be, so this is our enforcement branch that this is being referred to, so the transportation enforcement branch. I wouldn't have any dealings with them
Okay.
for this issue at this time.
And so can you maybe just tell us who the ADM for that branch would, or was at the time?
That would have been the ADM of our Transportation Safety Division, which was Shelley Unterlander.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us, do you have information on what MTO did at this time upon receiving this type of information in anticipation of the events?
My understanding is the Transportation Safety Division developed an operational plan, which would be normal course of action for them to do, which would speak to what the officers, what's the flow of information, what their anticipated role might be, kind of rules of engagements for officers. I would also imagine, although I don't have direct knowledge of it, that our operations division would also connect with police through likely the OPP to see if there was any sort of information that might be needed from highway operations. So, for example, changeable message signs, any support that might be needed for police. But I don't have specific knowledge as to what activities they took at this time.
Okay.
But those would typically be the types of actions that would happen for an event such as this.
And if we can go to ONT 405150, I just want you to confirm, I believe this is a copy of that plan that you just mentioned that was developed. Is that the plan you mentioned?
Yes, this would be it.
Okay. And again, the purpose of that plan was to kind of anticipate what type of actions MTO officers would be required to take as part of this event.
That's right.
And do you know what was anticipated at that time for possible actions they would take?
Well, from my review of the document previously, they were expecting a peaceful protest. And they would not be directly engaging with the protest, but that they would, be available if police needed assistance with any sort of expertise around commercial truck inspections and those types of that type of work.
Okay. So have you had a chance to review Ontario's institutional report?
Yes.
It's been provided, yes.
Yes.
So we don't necessarily need to pull that up, but it states that on February 4th, MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I guess what support was being provided?
My understanding was there wasn't any direct support that was needed. The officers were patrolling the GTA highways to be visible, but they weren't directly engaging in the protest activities.
And would engagement have been only subject to a request by OPP?
Yes,
And that request didn't come, I take it?
that's my understanding.
And the request for that support, for that visibility in Toronto around that time, that would have been on OPP's request?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was any requests by either OPP or OPS for a similar kind of presence in Ottawa ahead of the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of a request for that.
How many, just to provide us with some context, how many MTO officers are there in the province?
There's approximately 150.
And I take it that those, the MTO is able to just deploy those to different areas as necessary?
It can be done. It's not typical. Typical, they will operate out of specific regions and locations, but if needed, they can be.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in the present case, redeployment?
That's my understanding, is that officers were redeployed to Ottawa at the request of the OPP, towards the back end of the protest.
Okay. In the institutional report, it states that on February 4th, there was a meeting between the MTO, Transport Canada, and others to discuss certain measures that might be available. If we can pull up ONT 402759. If we can just go down to the next email. Yes, so this is an email that you sent, I understand, with the summary of the calls. I understand there was a first call on a 4th and then a follow-up on the 5th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this is your summary of those calls?
The one that's showing here is my summary of the February 5th call.
Okay.
I'm not sure if further down it summarizes the 4th.
Okay. I want to touch on a couple points in
Sure.
this email. So here at the point that starts by number 1, it says, I guess I'll start just above that. They being Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
Are looking for the following, and then you ask for a response to this. You say, point 1, can we provide the impacts of any charges that could be laid to truck drivers, operators? For example, types of charges that lead to CVOR points. What are potential impacts of that? Insurance, sanctions, contracts? Are there other potential non-CVOR impacts? So what was the inquiry here from Transport Canada? What were they looking for?
Transport Canada was interested in understanding if police laid charges, or even if there was the threat of laying charges, what would be the impact to commercial, as an example, that might
If we can just go up to the top of this email, just right up to the top.
I don't know who he's sending to. It looks, I'm assuming he's sending it to all of the entire MTO enforcement officer group. So I think I think it's information sharing. So knowing that this is what's happening and to make sure officers are aware of what their responsibilities are.
So it's effectively to brief officers on what the agreement is between OPP and MTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know they ultimately, updated the operational plans, et cetera, to accommodate this, but I suspect this was having just been informed and agreed to that's what they were doing. They were making sure officers were aware as quick as possible.
Okay. Let's go to ONT 50461. If we can scroll down, I think there's a portion in bold. This is, sorry, before we go down. So this is an enforcement directive. So is this a directive that would have been issued to all enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. So this is February 9th. If we can go down, there's a section in bold there. It says there, officers are not to engage in enforcement activities with individuals or vehicles participating with the Convoy for Freedom or related protest activities. What specifically was this meant to address?
This is basically making sure that officers understand that they're there in a supporting role for police based on it's probably outlined in here as well, but similar to what you would have saw in the exhibit we just had, which was speaking to their role of helping with inspections, providing expertise, that type of role versus making sure that they know they're not out there handing out tickets or doing those types of things.
And was this direction coming on request to the OPP, or was this a decision from MTO not to have officers conduct enforcement themselves?
I don't know where it came from, but it would be, it rings true as to the way that this type of, the approach and to this type of activity is when there's a police-led initiative, police are there to do enforcement. We provide support and expertise within our mandate. But again, our officers they're not armed. They don't have firearms and things like that. So they would not provide that type of support.
Thank you. So I'd like to go to ONT 50156. This is a February 8th letter from Deputy Minister LeBlanc to Deputy Minister Michael Keenan of Transport Canada. You're familiar with this letter, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in discussions around the drafting of this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And can you maybe explain what the purpose generally of this letter was? What was it in response to?
I think it was twofold. There had been a lot of discussions that we had back and forth between the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada, where we had committed to following up, and we wanted to make sure that our position was formally responded to. But I also think, there was many discussions where the federal government or municipalities had made suggestions that, why don't you just cancel CVOR as an example? Like, why can't you use these types of powers? And we were trying to just make it clear that this, we've looked into this and it's not possible. So we just wanted to make sure we went on record by describing what we felt we could and couldn't do, so that there was no kind of ambiguity to it. And the other piece was just to make sure the roles and responsibilities within the Ontario government was made clear, that SolGen, the Solicitor General's, the Ministry of Solicitor General, was the coordinating ministry body, and MTO was there to assist.
Okay. If we could go to the third paragraph in this letter. It says, starting at the second sentence, the Ministry of Transportation stands ready to provide support as needed to law enforcement in areas where the ministry is well placed to help. And we have been working closely with the Ministry of the Solicitor General, including the OPP, to assist where possible. This includes providing traffic management support, such as messaging signs and barriers to support traffic rerouting caused by the protests, and rigorously enforcing any convictions resulting from the protests. It also includes providing commercial vehicle enforcement support in ways that support the ministry's road safety mandate at the request of police. Ontario's response is being coordinated through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and all requests should be directed through them. So was the federal government to understand then that all requests for MTO enforcement assistance were to come through police and to be communicated through the Solicitor General's office?
Requests from the federal government to the Ontario government, yeah, we were requesting that go through the Solicitor General. Okay. Ministry of the Solicitor General, sorry, not the Solicitor General.
And so was the response here effectively communicating to the federal government that they were asking MTO to go beyond their enforcement capabilities?
No, I don't think that was the intent so much as, you know, in this part of the week, you know, the first half of the week of the, you know, started on, I guess, you know, from the 4th to the 8th or 9th when this was sent, there was a lot of reach out between different parties trying to get their arms around what's possible, what's not possible. And I think in Ontario, we were trying to put some order to our response so that we could be coordinated and, you know, most effectively support the operations. So I don't think it was meant to be anything more than that. It was to just try and put in a chain of commands, probably not the right language, but you know, a proper communication flow so that we could make sure that as an Ontario government, we were all working together to support as best as possible. But it wasn't to suggest that anybody was overreaching or, and it certainly wasn't to try and be unhelpful in any way. It was trying to help us be organized in our response.
And this last paragraph here on page 1, however, I want to clarify some potential misunderstanding on the applicability of driver's licenses and commercial vehicle operator permissions in a protest situation. I won't read the full paragraph, but essentially was the clarification here along the lines of what you've already provided on CVORs?
Yes.
Okay. Was the federal government asking MTO to apply sanctions under that regime, like without convictions?
I don't know if it was ever a direct ask, but it was certainly questions or comments that suggested we should be using all powers within our toolkit, including cancellations of CVORs. I don't think they were suggesting that, like, you know, go against what is allowed by the Highway Traffic Act or going against procedures, but they also didn't understand all of the procedures. So I think it was them trying to understand, and in a very narrow review of the legislation, it could be interpreted that you could just do that. And we were trying to explain that the application of the legislation doesn't practically do that.
We'll see later that there were warning letters issued after the provincial state of emergency was declared of potential CVOR consequences under that law. Could that have been done prior to the invocation of the provincial emergency, to send warning letters about known potential violations?
I think technically anything is, you could send a warning letter to do something like that. We were never asked by police to do it, and it was a police-led response. So I would clarify that first. But I would also say I think we would be of the opinion that sending warning letters for something that we know we wouldn't deploy wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Okay. And was that type of measure ever contemplated or discussed, as far as you know?
Certainly there was lots of discussions about what we could and couldn't do, including notifying commercial vehicle operators that their trucks were there. Like we looked at all sorts of different things that could be considered. I don't know whether this was specifically discussed.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.50810, and we'll go to page 4 once you open that up. So our understanding is that OPS had identified potential violations of the Transportation and Dangerous Goods Act. Go to page 4 and down to that background section, please. And you'll see here in this third paragraph, the Ottawa Police are seeking the assistance of TDG, which I understand to be Transportation of Dangerous Goods inspectors, to participate in joint police and MTO operations to provide subject matter expertise to confirm violations under the Act and regulations. Are you aware of these joint operations?
No.
No. And so does MTO play a role in enforcing this Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act?
We do. Yeah, the transportation enforcement officers are trained in transportation of dangerous goods legislation.
And are you aware of whether MTO officers engaged in any enforcement of that act during these events?
I'm not aware. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just not specifically aware of whether or not the officers, that was part of their mandate that was given if asked by police to do that. I do not know if they actually did it.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to ONT 50111. So this is a February 9th, I think it's an email. If we could go down. Right, so my understanding is in this email chain, there was a question of whether OPP would be collecting CVOR information in Windsor. And MTO was advised that most vehicles in Windsor were not commercial vehicles. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that was different than in Ottawa, I take it?
I actually don't know how many vehicles there were in Ottawa and whether most or not. There's certainly a large number of commercial motor vehicles in Ottawa that we know, but as terms of whether it was most, I actually don't know.
Do you know whether MTO received CVOR information on vehicles in Ottawa?
We did, but only at the time when we were asked to exercise suspensions as part of the emergency orders.
Okay, at the tail end of the
Yes.
protests. And is that something that was done on request of police?
Yes.
That MTO was provided with that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to ssm.can.50374, and we'll go to page 3. So these are internal emails at Transport Canada on February 10th. I just want to get your comments on their content. Up to where it starts, sorry, page 3 and the paragraph that starts with third. Okay, so it's authority to manage international crossings. And then it says, but this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. Was the MTO of the view that the federal government had the authority, or that Transport Canada, maybe more specifically, could act on its own to enforce with respect to the Windsor blockade because of authority on international crossings?
Not in the discussions that I was part of. That there may have been discussions around where the authority lies specifically with bridges, but you know, at an operational level, we were supporting the Windsor Police and the Ontario Provincial Police. So, you know, it wasn't part of the discussions I was having as to who had the authority.
Okay. And if we go to this paragraph, the Bridges and Tunnels Act has some authorities, but they do not directly bring any authorities to bear on the blockade. And then it talks about how the protest here is not on the bridge itself, but is on the road in front of the bridge. Would you agree that as the blockade was not on the bridge itself, the Transport Canada did not have enforcement authority?
I'm not an expert in that, but that would be my sense, is that, and that seemed to be the way it was playing out, is that Windsor Police were leading the response to this with the help of the OPP and perhaps RCMP. I'm not sure whether they were involved or not because we weren't directly involved in the police operations, but that, I mean, that's consistent with my understanding from a layman's point of view of what seemed to be happening.
So I take it from what you're saying then that you're not aware of the provincial government purposefully confusing authorities between governments?
No.
Okay. It continues, if we go down, paragraph starting, yeah, we can further suggest. Quietly to Ontario truly wants us to invoke federal authority to manage this crisis. They need to declare an emergency they cannot manage, so we can thereby invoke the Federal Emergencies Act to manage the blockades, i.e. turn their request to use federal authority into a poison pill based on the fundamental reality of legal authorities. So it seemed that federal officials are suggesting that Ontario is trying to force the federal government to use its own authorities. Are you aware of any authority other than the Emergencies Act that would have been available to Transport Canada to respond to the blockade in Windsor?
I'm not. And like this type of kind of discussion that was happening, I wasn't part of.
Okay. February 11th, in the institutional report, it states that the City of Ottawa requested MTO inspectors to perform inspection and enforcement duties in and around Ottawa, and that MTO approved that request and provided officers. I understand from one of the documents that the city was requesting 4 MTO officers. You recall that?
Sorry, is there a document that?
Yeah, we
supposed to be
can
posted?
go to ONT 50463. And we'll go to the 3rd page. If we can go down, oh, sorry, right at the top there, Ottawa City
Oh, yes.
requesting our 4 officers.
Yep.
You
Yeah, I'm aware
recall
of
that
this.
request?
Yep.
And it says here, they would like visible enforcement, fly the flag and show of force on the roads, as their enforcement capacities have been limited and they want to instill public confidence, essentially mini blitz. And so was the request essentially just to be a show of force in the city of Ottawa, but not necessarily one that would lead to actual enforcement?
So my understanding of this one was it wasn't directly related to the convoy protesters. It was we were asked to provide some commercial motor vehicle enforcement, a blitz that was not addressing the people participating in the protest, but rather focusing on other commercial motor vehicles that were around, because I think from reading this, and I don't know the City of Ottawa's motivation specifically, but from reading this was that they wanted to make sure that the public knew we were also doing regular truck inspections as well. And my understanding is they did do some additional truck inspections on that weekend.
Thank you. We heard from City of Ottawa General Manager of Emergency Services, Kim Ayotte, in his witness statement that the city had inquired with MTO about towing capacity and that he understood that MTO was unable to assist. I take it from the evidence you've provided today that ultimately MTO was able to assist, but that wasn't provided directly to the city. Is that?
That's correct. It was provided to the OPP.
The mayor of Ottawa testified that there were some discussions between the city and MTO regarding the potential of leveraging insurance to end the protests, and that the MTO was reluctant to explore this idea further. Can you maybe explain the specific issue of insurance?
I don't have much to offer on that, unfortunately. MTO doesn't regulate insurance. That's I believe it's the Ministry of Finance that does that. I don't believe we had, to our knowledge or to my knowledge certainly, that there was any powers that the Ministry of Transportation has, or even perhaps the province to do anything specific with insurance. Certainly not the ministry, and not to my knowledge.
Might penalties and demerit points under the CVR, might those have an impact on insurance?
Yes. So yeah, for sure. So if you as you collect demerit points on your license, your insurance often goes up, and the same is with a CVOR program that over time, as you have if you have a worse safety record, you may have insurance impacts from that.
What you're saying is that the MTO could not have imposed some kind of suspension on insurance or something like that of its own
Right.
Enforcement power.
Right.
Thank you. We'll pull up COM 50910. This is Ontario's emergency regulations that were adopted after the provincial state of emergency was declared. So you can reference it as necessary, but what was your understanding of what additional powers the emergency declaration and the regulations provided to MTO and to the Registrar of Motor Vehicles?
So largely, the first I would say is there was a direct nexus between blocking or impeding critical infrastructure as it's identified here, to the ability for the deputy registrar or the registrar to suspend licenses, driver's licenses, vehicle plates, and CVORs. That was the most substantive change for the registrar, so for MTO to be able to implement. And of course, it also gave police other powers in terms of directing people to leave the area and other penalties.
So is your understanding then that it provided MTO and the Registrar of Motor Vehicles the power to do what was being requested prior but couldn't be done?
That's correct.
If we can go down to section 3. So here it says, no person shall impede access to or egress from or the ordinary use of any highway, walkway, or bridge where such impediment has the effect of preventing the delivery of essential goods or services, severely disrupting ordinary economic activity, or causing serious interference with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public. Do you know whether MTO or the provincial government had formed an opinion on whether that would apply to the vehicles parked on the streets of Ottawa? Whether they would be causing, A, B, or C?
My feeling is that this was intended to capture a situation like Ottawa and was used by police in Ottawa. So I believe the answer to that would be yes.
Thank you. And do you know whether either the MTO or the registrar used any of the powers? And I believe if we go down, it's keep going down. So the power at section 5 to order the owner operator to remove a vehicle. And then I think it's at section 6 is to impose penalties. Do you know if those powers were used by MTO or the registrar?
They were not 5. I think police used 5, but the registrar did, through the deputy registrar, use the powers of number 6.
Okay. Do you know when those powers were used?
It was at the time that the protests were being cleared in Ottawa. I want to say February 19th and 20th and maybe 21st.
So at the tail end,
Yes.
during the enforcement action?
Yes.
Thank you. I see a request this is in the institutional report on February 12th, by the OPP to the MTO to supply concrete barriers. Is that a type of assistance that MTO would normally provide to OPP?
It could be if there was a need to have some sort of highway barrier for an extended period of time.
And I take it MTO responded to that request positively?
We did.
I saw in an email on this topic, I can pull it up if need be, but that there was difficulty with certain contractors in providing those barriers. Are you aware of?
Yeah, it was a similar situation as to what we were having with the tow trucks, that contractors were worried about the implications of helping. So it took they had to go through several to find one that would be able to supply. Ministry of Transportation doesn't have our own source of contract barriers. So we had to use, or sorry, the barriers, the concrete barriers. So we had to use contractors.
Thank you. If we could pull up ONT 6081. So this, I believe, is the February 15th email with respect to the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. And it's on this topic of Transport Canada's strategic enforcement strategy. If we can go down. So I believe this is an email where MTO provided some comments on Transport Canada's draft strategic enforcement strategy. What was your understanding of that strategy?
My understanding of the strategy was that Transport Canada wanted to give a playbook for the federal government, the provincial government, and police to be able to use consistent messaging and consistent approaches to how enforcement could be deployed in response to the protests.
And I understand MTO had some revisions, some proposed amendments to the strategy. Do you know what the nature of those amendments were? What were MTO's concerns?
So, I mean, this would be pretty normal for, there's a good cooperation generally between the federal government and the province. So as they're developing documents, they'll send out drafts and we provide our input. In this case, it was generally to try and make sure that it was, we tried to make like fact-based edits to their document. I don't believe it's in here, but I do know in meetings we suggested that this type of document should go through the Ministry of Solicitor General.
Okay. Do you know whether the strategic enforcement strategy was finalized and whether those comments were integrated?
I don't remember seeing a final version of this.
And do you know why that is?
I don't.
So do you know whether it was ever implemented then?
I don't.
Okay. States that at the request of the OPP, MTO secured heavy tow trucks to support police efforts in Ottawa. Those are the 10 tow trucks we've referred to.
Yep.
Did the provincial declaration of emergency assist at all with that?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. If we could pull up ONT 975. We could go down to the second email there. This is a February 17th email. I wanted to share as FYI a request we received from OPP to confirm access to driver photos in response to the trucker protest. As you may know, MTO currently has strict guidelines for the use of MTO photos by officers. However, police can access under extreme circumstances. Police indicated they will be using these photos to help in criminal investigations regarding identifying offenders. Are you familiar with this request?
I I am. It's not an area of the ministry I've ever had any direct involvement in. But I can do my best to give you some context if.
Well, I guess the question is this the type of request that I understand in extreme circumstances that would be done in other circumstances? It didn't require any emergency legislation provincially or federally?
No. Essentially, my understanding of this is it's to allow police to. They already have access to driver's license photos. This allows them to reproduce the photos if they need to, and it's commonly used for investigative purposes, or could even be used for, an Amber Alert or something like that, where they want an access to a picture or something like that. So it's those would be the type of exceptional circumstances.
Okay. If we go to, I understand an operations plan for ministry officers was adopted to assist with the enforcement action in Ottawa at the tail end of the protests. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain the purpose of that plan?
So my understanding was this just brought a little bit more specificity to their role to support the clearing of the protests. So they had some additional duties where they were going to be working at the areas where tow trucks might be removing vehicles and where they might be taking them for storage.
Okay, so their additional duties would be involved in the removal of vehicles and bringing them to storage. That was
No, sorry, just to clarify. So they did not actually remove vehicles, but just making sure that if the mechanical fitness was sound so that they could be towed. And then in the wherever the drop-off point was, just to assist police with that. And also if police had any questions on completing any of the forms that they needed to do related to the emergency orders or anything else.
And do you know whether that plan was developed in conjunction with law enforcement?
I don't specifically know, but I would imagine it would have been.
Thank you. And just for the record, that document is ONT 50452. We don't need to pull that up. If we could, I just want to pull up briefly ONT 50976. This is one of the enforcement letters that was issued. Sorry, one of the warning letters, if we can go down. So this is the type of enforcement letter. Were these actually issued?
Yes, there was, I believe the number's around 50 to 60 of these that were issued at the request of police.
And I think there's a reference in document ONT 453. We don't need to go there to this being done at the request of OPP, as you said. Do you know why this was in relation to authority under the provincial declaration of emergency, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why as I understand, these were issued on the 17th of February. Do you know why there was it took 5 or 6 days before these kind of letters were issued?
I don't have any insight into the police planning around that.
Lastly, I'd just like to go to ssm.can.5 5 zeros, 439. So I understand that there was a kind of a post-mortem discussion that was held between Transport Canada and the MTO. Is that right? Or maybe this is just.
I don't specifically recall one.
I might, so it says here at the top, as mentioned the other day, we reached out to MTO for a post-mortem discussion on the blockades. This is on March 4th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember participating in a call. It's possible I did. I don't specifically remember the call though.
Okay. Do you remember preparation for the call or
No,
hearing about it after the fact?
no.
No. Okay. So I'll just get your take on some of these takeaways
Sure.
from the call. It says here are a few key takeaways. They being MTO, I understand, are now working through regular regulatory processes with respect to the trucks involved in blockades. For example, if there were tickets laid that impact CVOR, they will run the course of conviction and then would be reflected on the record. Can you explain what that
Yeah,
is?
so that's as I was talking about before. So if there's a conviction that's related to mechanical fitness or driver behavior that is related to the commercial vehicle operator registration, once a conviction happens, it then goes on the CVOR record.
And here it says that they are now working through. Has there been any change since the events in question here in MTO's approach to those types of convictions?
No.
No. And then if we just go down a little bit, the third bullet point for out-of-province trucks, of which there were many, plates were seized and mailed back to the registrar of the home jurisdiction with an explanation letter. However, there is no mechanism to ensure that there would be an impact on the operator record. MTO is waiting to hear what the response from those provinces and territories will be. So my understanding is that that's still an issue, the ability to enforce CVOR penalties in other provinces and territories.
That's right. Yeah, that's as I described earlier.
And then lastly, if we go down in terms of lessons learned to the second bullet under that, at provincial level, what was lacking for MTO was ability to take immediate action on misconduct aside from temporary powers under the Provincial Emergencies Act. The system right now only kicks in when there are convictions, and that's consistent with what you've told me today, correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Freeman. Those are my questions.
Thanks.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take the afternoon break now for 15 minutes and come back and continue with the examination of this witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission en éveil pour 15 minutes. Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, I think first up is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Brendan Van Nienhuis. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. Could we go, please, to ONT 50447? I think we saw this before. This was a note from Jessica Barton to all MTO, yes?
No, it's to a particularly, sorry, to the enforcement branch of MTO.
I see, okay. If we could just look down the page there, just under good afternoon, she refers to a planned convoy called the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And if we go a little further down the page, I think to the 5th or so paragraph. There we go. You see that the paragraph, the little short paragraph there with the link highlighted in it. The scheduled dates and routes are planned and can be
Yes.
found at this website.
Yes.
And the website there is the website called Bear Hug Canada Unity Bear Hug 2.0, right?
Yep.
You familiar with that being a website operated by Mr. James Bowder?
I'm not.
You weren't yourself paying close attention to the different factions, so to speak, of convoys coming?
No.
The distinction between the Bear Hug Canada Unity group and the King and Leach convoy, or sorry, Freedom Convoy?
No. At this point, I wasn't directly involved in this. I was only following it, what was in the media.
Okay. Could we go similarly to ONT 50973? And this too is a note from Jessica Barton, and this is to Transport Canada, right?
Yes.
And this is sharing information also on January the 21st about the upcoming Convoy for Freedom.
Yes. Yeah.
If you can just go slightly down the page to that first entry in the table, you see already she has information with respect to a planned protest regarding border control in both Windsor and Sarnia, yes?
Yes.
And that's planned as what I think is referred to as a slow roll based on the description offered there.
Yes.
And then moving further down the page to the next table entry, you see again reference to the Convoy for Freedom and the Bear Hug or CanadaUnity.com website, correct?
Yes.
And so again, to the best of your knowledge, there wasn't awareness on the part of MTO at that time of there being other convoy groups such as the Freedom Convoy group associated to Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach, et cetera.
I don't know that I would take from this email that there was an awareness of other groups. I can't speak to why only this particular website is identified. So I can't say with certainty the answer to that question.
Fair enough. Could we go to ONT 405150, please? And so do you recognize this, sir, as an operations plan for MTO with respect to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
And this is a document that went through various iterations as sort of a living document as things evolved, fair?
Yes, there's multiple versions of this. We went through some of them, I think, in the.
And this one appears to have been amended up to January the 31st.
Yes.
If we could go to page 4 of the document, please. If you look at the bottom of this page, you'll see, if I've got my numbers right, yes, you'll see a list here of truck inspection stations across the province, right?
Yes.
And this is a list that tracks, it's not all of the stations, but this tracks the route of the Convoy for Freedom as I was understood by MTO at that time, right?
I can't say for sure, but that it, without seeing if the document states that, but just looking at these locations, that would seem to be correct.
Okay, and also just looking at the text above it, which said this plan's been developed.
Right, yep,
Right.
yep, yeah, that's
If-
correct. Yep.
You can continue on to page 5. Okay, and just stopping at the first paragraph, again, you see this is a group of commercial vehicle drivers planning a truck protest dubbed the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And then in the fourth bullet under background, sorry, the third bullet under background, you'll see that again, this is associated to the CanadaUnity.com website as opposed to other groups, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to draw the conclusion that the intelligence or the information available and promulgated by MTO was really being drawn from the CanadaUnity.com website in terms of intended routes and so forth?
It's possible, but I wasn't part of the design or the creation of this document or really involved at this time, so I can't verify that for you for sure.
Okay.
But this document obviously only refers to that.
If we just look under mission statement a moment, and it carry over the pages to see if it continues. I can't recall. It does not. So if we go back up to mission statement, these are the key mission items that I guess have been compiled by your staff with respect to the operations plan, right?
Yes.
And you see that what's being considered is whether to close TIS facilities if necessitated by protest activities, right?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time that more trucks and convoys were anticipated to be joining the existing Ottawa scenario by that point? Recalling this is the Monday after the first weekend?
I feel like by the Monday, we had a good sense that it was getting bigger than we had initially thought.
And of course, we saw earlier, you already knew that there were affiliated or sympathetic protest activities that were contemplated or planned in the areas of the Ambassador Bridge at Windsor and at Sarnia, correct?
Yes.
And was it consideration given, so far as you're aware, to whether in fact it might have made sense to activate the TIS stations to require inspection of the trucks that were assembling in these locations?
My understanding from talking to the enforcement director is they did have conversations with the OPP and they were asked not to use the truck inspection facilities for this purpose.
Okay. If we go to page 7, please. In the second bullet point under enforcement, I see there, it reads in the last sentence, officers will not be involved in any commercial vehicle traffic stops of vehicles that are participating in the convoy protest unless directed to do so by the site leads, right?
Yep.
And was that similarly at the request of the OPP that your officers from MTO not be involved in such stops?
I can't say that what went into this was at the request of the OPP, but I would say that, as a general application of these types of being, protest type activities, that MTO would not interfere.
Could we go please to ONT.IR.701? And I'll ask to go to page 7 when the document's up. This is the Ontario Institutional Report, Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
And if we go to page 7, to the entry for February the 4th, and that's the entry for 16, sorry, let me actually do the first bullet. At 9:09 a.m. entry, do you see that?
Yes.
It indicates that MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto, including blockage of GTI highways, right?
Yes.
And that lasted until Monday, February 6th, correct?
Yes.
That would be the second weekend of the convoy events?
That's correct.
And at that time, similar assistance was not provided by MTO with respect to the scene in Ottawa, correct?
Well, my understanding on that weekend is MTO officers were also providing regular patrols in Ottawa as well. I believe MTO was also assisting with closing of highways. I don't know whether it was done through enforcement officers, but I believe that weekend there may have been some highway closures. I may be wrong in my facts, but I know there was definitely times where MTO assisted with closing of highways or exits at the request of the OPP. It's possible it wasn't on that weekend.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't recall when, but you believe that that occurred at some point?
Yes.
If I look at the next entry on February the 4th at 16:45, representatives of MTO attended an urgent meeting convened by Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
And that was to discuss provincial and territorial mitigation measures directed at the Freedom Convoy protests, right?
Yep.
Could we go now, please, to ONT 402759? And just to be clear, you did not attend the February 4th meeting, correct?
Correct.
Could we go to the bottom email, which is at the intersection of pages 2 and 3? There we go. You see there's an email here from Aaron at Transport Canada. Aaron McCrory at Transport Canada to you and others, right?
Yep.
Your provincial and territorial colleagues.
Yep.
And Transport Canada here is again apologizing for the late evening email, but hoping to have a follow-up discussion tomorrow. That is to say Saturday the 5th at 11:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And I guess that's Central Time, so 12:30 here.
Yes.
And you attended that meeting?
I did.
If you go up page 2 to see your report onward from the meeting. There we go. Just go a little further up, we can see where it starts. Okay, so let's just see, you're reporting out to your staff, I believe. Could we just go to the email header? Reporting out to your staff, correct?
One was my staff, two were ADM, Assistant Deputy Minister colleagues.
I see. Okay, to your colleagues and staff.
Yeah.
And you're reporting on what happened at the meeting from your perspective.
Yes.
If you just go a little down the page there, you're reporting on what Transport Canada is looking for with respect to 3 things. So if I may summarize, the impacts of charges that lead to commercial vehicle operator registry points, right?
Yep.
Legislation that protects critical infrastructure and services from disruption, right?
Yep.
And lastly, incentives that might be offered to tow operators or penalties to compel them to provide services, right?
Correct.
And if you go a little further down the page, you say they're hoping for any information we can provide as soon as possible, right?
Yes.
And Transport Canada has called this as an urgent meeting, right?
Yes.
And what you say to your colleagues and staff is, my suggestion is we pull what we can easily do on Monday and send end of day. Best efforts here. If something isn't available, I think we can say that, right?
Yes.
So you're saying to your colleagues and staff, essentially, don't work too hard on this. Don't kill yourself. We'll deal with it on Monday. Fair?
No, I didn't mean it to say that. I think people, it's a Saturday, and they would need to engage other people to try and find these things out. So I was suggesting that we would have something to them by end of day Monday.
Can we go to ONT 403842? This is the February 6th meeting, Mr. Freeman, the Sunday meeting to which I believe you didn't go, but you did send Lori LeBlanc, right?
She's the deputy minister, so I don't
Oh,
send her, just to be clear.
excuse me, I've
Yeah,
got the
It's my boss.
roles reversed.
Yeah.
If we go to page 6, please. If we go under where Mr. Keenan is speaking, he's got 3 bullet points summarized. And he notes at the last bullet point that the Wellington encampments, that is, say, the Ottawa occupation, is the spiritual source of the protest movement, right?
Yes.
And it's inspiring, in short, other protest activities that have begun to be seen in locations as far away as Coots, right?
Yes.
It creates the spiritual fuel that will sustain the actions of the various encampments, right?
Yep.
And if I look at Ms. LeBlanc's response, she's reporting in the 3rd bullet that demerit points relative to the CVORs, I take it, is a long-term strategy that will not help with the situation in the short term. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then also that the trucks are from outside province, and that adds a layer of complexity to enforcing on a licensing basis, right?
Yes, that's what.
And if I look at the top bullet, she says that with respect to tow trucks, MTO will just be working with the private sector to see what's out there. Fair?
Yes.
Now, the next day, February, or actually, could we go to the last page of this document? You see there, the second last speaker noted is Jody Thomas, the National Security Intelligence Advisor. Yes?
Yes.
And she says she regrets ending on this point, asking, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa? For example, another place like Kingston, right?
Mhm.
And perhaps this is a question we can ask tomorrow, but it appears Deputy Solicitor General DiTommaso says this is a protest and encampment movement against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose, right?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Does that reflect Ontario's attitude at that point towards the Ottawa protest as a federal responsibility?
I don't know if I can speak for all of Ontario. I was just being brought into this from the federal government at this time to look at options. I don't know that we thought this to be purely a federal problem. I do think we understood the movement was against the federal mandate, but in our minds, this was a policing issue, not necessarily a federal versus provincial issue.
Can we go to ssm.can.405289? I'm showing you a text exchange from your minister with Minister Alghabra of the Federal Minister of Transport, okay? Are you familiar with these exchanges?
No.
No. Were you involved in any calls with Minister Mulroney and Minister Alghabra?
No.
We just take a look at them a second and scroll down the page. It's clear, though, that assuming that's what they are, that this is Minister Alghabra asking for a call, right?
Yes.
And February 7th, 3:50 p.m., Minister Mulroney, fair to say, does not respond in the sense of scheduling a call, right?
Yep. It sounds like she's waiting for an update.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you look at the bottom of the text exchange, you see that Minister Alghabra reports on February 7th at 8:23 p.m. that the Ambassador Bridge is now blocked, right?
Yes.
If we go now to ssm.can.405290, the exchange continues. Minister Mulroney does not respond for about 24 hours, at least if these texts are accurate.
Correct.
And she refers to a letter from Lori LeBlanc being what addresses the ideas that have been suggested, right?
That's what she says, yes.
Go further on down the page. And Mr. Algabra says he'll look at it, but would be good to speak tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Go to ssm.can 405291. Mr. Commissioner, I think I've just hit my 20 minutes on my clock. May I have another 4 or 5 minutes to complete this area?
Yeah, go ahead.
And at the top of the page, you see Minister Mulroney now sends a letter along, says happy to speak once you've had a chance to review, right?
Yes.
Continue down the page. And you see that by Friday, February 11th, Wednesday, February the 9th, Minister Algabra is again asking, who do you recommend in your office we should reach out to for a call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand they did speak, and we'll come back to Ms. LeBlanc's letter in a moment. If we could go to, well, actually, let's go to the letter briefly. ONT 50156. This is the letter of February 8th from Ms. LeBlanc, right?
Yes.
If you go to the third paragraph on the page. I'm sorry, the fourth paragraph. She here is, I think, saying roughly what was said in the meeting, right? That the CVOR sanctions have a complicated administrative process that will require time to be effective, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 2 of the document, she says, I know we all have empathy for the people of Ottawa that are enduring this protest while also respecting and recognizing the right to peaceful protest. And the MTO will continue to work with Solgen, right?
Yes.
So no additional contribution from MTO from a regulatory perspective is communicated here?
Not here, no, but, we did, maybe this isn't your question, but just in case this is helpful, we did, immediately move from this to develop options, which ultimately became later that same week in the emergency order.
Could we go to ssm.can.401001? And we'll go to the very end of the document, please. Just above that, you can see that this is a readout of the February 9th call between Minister Algabra and Minister Mulroney. Okay.
Yes.
And the indication here is that Mulroney's message to us is that they see these as federal trade corridors. They want us to take the lead. Minister Algabra pushed on this and said that that would need to be a formal ask. They have said they don't have the ability to do more from MTO. They agreed to work with our department to see if there's anything else that can be done. Overall, I'd say the tone was difficult when they were trying to put this on us. Were you present at that call?
No.
So if this is Minister Algabra's recollection of the call, I suppose you wouldn't be able to contest that?
I don't know his recollection.
Great. Now, sir, you know Huron Church Road in Windsor that leads to the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
You're aware that's a municipal road where the Windsor Police Service or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police are police of jurisdiction?
Yes.
And that connects Highway 401 to the port of entry. And 401 is OPP and MTO jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And similarly, just while we're at this, Wellington Street and the streets of downtown Ottawa under occupation by the Freedom Convoy, likewise, were under the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police and within the authority of MTO from a transport regulation perspective. Fair?
Yes.
Now, on February 11th, the Premier Ford declared a state of emergency and invoked the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act.
Yes.
And that was followed by regulations that actually implemented the measures, which did not happen until the 12th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the Saturday of the third weekend of the convoy events.
Yes.
You agree with me that critical infrastructure defined in those regulations included 400 series highways?
Yes.
It did not include municipal roads, right?
Well, it did, it did, in that, and we went through this, we'd have to bring it up so I could describe, but it does include municipal roads, and those powers were deployed in the city of Ottawa, if that's where you're going.
Okay. Now, in terms of the power to order to leave or order to depart, right?
All provisions, including CVOR powers that were talked about previously.
You're aware that on February the 14th at approximately 4:30 p.m., the Prime Minister announced the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that the Premier of Ontario that morning had expressed his support for the Emergencies Act being invoked during the First Minister's meeting, yes?
I don't recall that specifically, but
Are you aware that the Premier of Ontario has recently reaffirmed his support, saying that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister in making that decision?
I did see that in the media.
Okay. And if we just go back very briefly to ont.ir.701. Actually, I'm sorry, we just skipped that. Can we go back to ONT 50179? And it's just my last point, Mr. Commissioner, I apologize. If we just go to page 2, please, the top of the page. And if you want to look at the header, this is an email which refers to the 10 tow trucks you indicated were sourced for Ottawa when you corrected your witness statement at the beginning of your examination today, correct?
Yes.
And you'll see if you go down to page 3 in the bullet points, which is an email from earlier on the same day, February 16. There's a third bullet point there that says, important, all 3 towing companies have requested a letter that the province will cover costs, indemnity from other damage and claims for vehicles that are towed and so forth, right?
Yes.
And it says that's because their insurance companies have specifically told them that they will not cover those risks, right?
Correct.
And if you go then finally back to the top of the page 2, this is the evening of February the 16th. It indicates that one of the 3 towing companies has in fact dropped out, which is what gets you to the number 10 instead of 13 that you thought you had earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And then by now you know about the EA, and the first bullet says, need a letter from the OPP requesting these 2 companies to provide services and stating that the federal act, that's the Emergencies Act, will cover any damage and indemnity, correct?
Yep.
And if we go to the very, very top, you see that Jason Beaupre is reporting that he's told them, being the towing operators, that this letter will come tomorrow and that they are moving tonight based upon him and Steve's commitment and credibility in the absence of that letter, correct?
Yes.
And we've been through that letter with Commissioner Carrick. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hi.
In your witness summary, and you mentioned in your testimony, you state that you're aware that MTO assisted the OPP in identifying contractor to place concrete barriers in Windsor,
Yes.
and this was at the direction of the OPP.
Yes.
I take it that you understand that this was to better manage future risk of vehicles being used for blockades and disruption of cross-border movement of people and goods?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was confusion at MTO at the time as to who would pay for these barriers?
I've subsequently read in the documents that there was questions as to how it would be funded.
Okay, so I'll show you some documents. If you could please pull up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 50182. Well, this is coming up, Mr. Freeman. This is an email dated February 15th between Jason Beaupre of MTO and Superintendent Dana Early of the OPP. And the commissioners heard this week that Superintendent Early shared joint command of the police response to the blockade with Superintendent Crowley of the Windsor Police. Okay. And you'll see if you could scroll down just a little bit, the first bullet, you'll see that it says, upon request by the OPP, MTO has supplied temporary concrete barriers through a contractor. And if you go to the sub-bullets, and you can see here, partway down, you'll see since these TCBs are being installed along a municipal roadway, MTO has requested the OPP to advise how compensation to the contractor can be arranged. Next bullet states, preliminary thought from the OPP is that compensation would be through federal funds available to support the emergency response to reopen the Windsor-Detroit crossing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I didn't have any involvement in this at the time.
Okay. And if you could just scroll up a bit, you'll see that the estimate for the work is $1.3 million.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please turn up ONT 50438. This is an internal email exchange at MTO dated February 16th, Mr. Freeman. And it's involving Doug Jones. And by February 16th, he is deputy minister.
Yes, likely his first week on the job.
Okay, if you could scroll to page 3, please. Further down a bit, please. There you go, thank you. So on February 16th, Doug Jones is writing to Stefano Oliviero. Who is that?
That would be an advisor in his office.
Okay. And you'll see that Doug Jones is talking about a conversation that he has with the CAO of Windsor, that's Jason Rayner. And he talks about, again, this issue of costs of the concrete jersey barriers. And a concern that has been raised by Jason Rayner about how much the city would be responsible to cover. And it's not clear to me based on the, because this is black and white, who made this statement, but someone at MTO was under the impression that the total cost for the installation, removal, and rental of the jersey barriers would be covered 100% by MTO. Do you see that?
Yeah, and I read this as him asking that question.
Okay. And so I'll take you to one more document here, WIN 402143. So this is an email exchange between CAO Rayner to individuals at Rayner, so you wouldn't have seen it at the time. Thank you. And if you could scroll all the way to the bottom, Mr. Clerk. Okay. And you'll see here that he's reporting to individuals at Windsor on February the 17th. Just a quick update that I had a good call with Deputy Minister Doug Jones, MTO, who is helping to coordinate a planning table with MTO, Solgen, OPP, WPS, and Windsor to discuss the long-term needs to protect our international crossings. I'll let you know once I hear more. And he continues, the deputy also indicated that he understood but was confirming that costs like the jersey barriers that were authorized by MTO staff at OPP's request would be paid for by the province. You see that? So if you can scroll up, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see an email from Mr. Rayner to the same group the next day. And it states, it would appear that the new Deputy Minister MTO is finding out just how the province works. He stepped back from both items today that we discussed earlier in the week. MTO will not be covering the cost of the barriers, although he said he would not be surprised to see an application for the province to assist with those costs and others ? At some point. No commitment to pay, though, at this time. The argument is that we are the road authority and we approve the deployment of the barriers, so therefore we're responsible for the costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
The commission heard from the mayor of Windsor that Windsor has requested that the province reimburse their costs, including the cost of these barriers, but has not received a response. Do you have any information as to whether or not the province will be reimbursing Windsor's costs?
I haven't seen the request and I don't have any information. I'm sorry.
Okay. And if further down in the next paragraph, Mr. Rayner writes, in terms of the intergovernmental planning table proposal, there's no interest at this time given the ongoing situation in Ottawa. I won't take it to you, but the commissioner heard on Monday from Mayor Dilkins, who testified that he sent a letter in March requesting that all levels of government sit down to discuss working together to protect important international border crossings. If the Ministry of Transportation is planning to meet with appropriate agencies at all levels of government to discuss protecting critical border crossings in Ontario, such as the Ambassador Bridge?
I'm not aware of what the ministry intends in this regard. Again, in my current position as in corporate services, it's not something that I would be aware of. I do know that the province ultimately did pass further legislation, and I can't speak to who was consulted on that.
Okay, so you don't know if the municipality of Windsor was consulted on that legislation?
I wasn't involved in it, so I can't say.
Okay. I only have a few questions left for you. Do you know if the ministry has an emergency plan pursuant to the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, we do have
Okay.
plans.
Which assistant deputy minister at the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for that emergency plan?
I expect it would be Eric Deutsch.
Okay, and what's his title?
He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of our Operations Division.
Okay. Do you know if the ministry's emergency plan addresses threats to critical transportation infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
I don't know the full scope of the plan, so I can't answer whether it does or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Good evening. My name is Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Hello?
So we've explained that the CVOR is the Commercial Vehicle Operators Registration, right?
Yes,
And you need one to operate a commercial vehicle in Ontario.
correct.
And the CVOR program monitors and evaluates the operator's safety records.
Yes,
And the CVOR operator, the person who holds the registration, can be either a person or a corporation responsible for the operation of the vehicle.
yes,
Right. And I take it only applies to certain categories of vehicles.
yes, over a certain weight, I believe.
I have a note here that it's 4,500 kilograms gross weight. Does that make sense?
That sounds right, yeah.
Perfect. And certainly we've seen in the documents and in your witness summary, reference to a sort of a demerit point system, right?
Yes,
And I take it the CVOR tracks the operator's collisions, right?
yes.
Infractions, or
Yes,
convictions.
Convictions, yep,
Convictions.
Yep.
And any findings on safety inspections.
that's right.
And over time, they rack up points until you get to a state where they have so many points that the ministry may issue notice of the intent to either suspend or revoke the CVOR.
Correct. The only thing, maybe the only thing I would just add to that is there's other interventions before it gets to that point.
That's the end of the process.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked about the notice requirements, the due process, and the appeal rights that are embedded within the suspension.
Yes.
Right. And I take it we can agree that certainly some of the large trucks that participated in the convoy in Ottawa had CVORs. They were of that size.
Yes.
And that at least some of them were involved or were committing or had committed as part of their convoy activities, potentially offenses under the Highway Traffic Act and possibly other statutes and bylaws, right?
I would expect so.
Right. And if convicted, some of those offenses would end up on their carrier record, right?
Yes.
And contribute to that escalation of points that we've talked about.
Yes.
And I heard you explain that that process takes time, and that's why the ministry thought it's not really a short-term solution, right?
That's part of it. It's not only that it takes time, it also allows for appeals, hearings, which So I guess that's part of taking time, but it doesn't allow us to take direct, immediate action.
Right, you could issue notice of an infraction, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act today, but it would take perhaps several months, if not longer, to get a conviction for that to be reflected on the carrier record, and you'd need several convictions before you got to the point in time where notice of a suspension would issue.
Likely, yeah.
Right. Now, I understand that, but you also mentioned, and it was in one of the documents we saw, I can turn it up if I need to, that there was significant considerations with the use of the CVOR for non-roadside enforcement purposes. And in fairness to you, I wrote down that you said earlier today that you didn't want to use that process, the CVOR process, to try and do something else, and that there was concern about affecting the legitimacy of the process. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yep, something to that effect, yeah.
Can you help me understand or help us understand what you mean by that? I understand the timing concern, but the other concern, this notion that you shouldn't be using the CVOR process, the normal process, for what you perhaps viewed as an illegitimate or end to which it was not suited.
I think it was just as what you've just said there is the legal analysis and the deputy registrar view, the experts in the ministry, was that if we start to use this for something that it wasn't intended for, or we had no process for, which it questions the ministry's thinking that maybe that applies to other actions that we take in the future. So, the next time there's a conviction, or there's an action taken by the ministry, have we shown history of constantly using our processes and legislation consistently and, as they were intended for? I think there was a worry of that as well.
Was the concern, just so I understand, was the concern that if there was a conviction for an offense, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act, that occurred during the convoy, and that ended up on a carrier's record, and at some point in the future formed part of notice of suspension or grounds for a suspension of their CVOR, was that a concern to the
No.
ministry? No. Okay. So it was just a bypassing your normal process that was a concern to the ministry.
Yes, bypassing the normal process and using it for something that has never been used in the past or intended to be.
What is that something? That's, I think, what I'm struggling to understand.
To try and address a protest or a civil unrest situation, not to address specifically a case where we have a well-documented safety record and police records to us requesting certain activities.
Understood. Thank you. Could we pull up ONT 50111? And could we scroll to the bottom? Or, sorry, yeah, just to the top of that email. Perfect. You were taken to this email, Mr. Freeman, but not to this part of the chain. This is an email from Mr., I'm going to pronounce it Beauparai. I apologize if I'm butchering that. And if we scroll down, we can see in his signature block, a little bit further down, Mr. Clerk, thank you. He's with the MTO, correct?
Yes.
With the Highway Operations Management?
Yes.
We'll scroll up a little bit. He says, good evening, Chief Superintendent Carson Party. So Chief Superintendent Party is with the OPP. We heard from him earlier in this inquiry. And he says, my apologies for the cold call. I've been working with Chief Superintendent Thompson and Superintendent Eaton on some other files and have recently been asked to coordinate MTO's overall response at the provincial level related to various, and I'll slow down here, blockades in the province. I am reaching out to you regarding the ongoing blockade at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. And I'll pause here because Chief Superintendent Party was actually in charge in Ottawa, not in Windsor. Mr. Beauparai was confused, and that gets cleared up, up the chain. He says, we are wondering whether the OPP has been collecting CVOR information of trucks blocking the bridge crossing, and if available, can this information be shared with MTO? This will allow us to review and be better prepared to support the OPP as this situation continues to evolve. Would be great if we can discuss this further, or if you can connect us with the appropriate OPP contact. Thanks. And if we scroll up, just so you can get the context, Mr. Freeman, that's Chief Superintendent Party's response advising that he's in Ottawa, leading the support plan for the OPS and advising him who's in charge in Windsor and giving some additional information. The reason I bring this to your attention is I had understood that, in fact, the position of the MTO was not to reach out and offer to assist with CVOR, but only to act in response to specific police requests for assistance. And can you help me reconcile that with this email?
I think we were trying to get a handle as to, there was a couple things. The first I recall, there was anecdotal communication we had heard that actually at the bridge, it was mostly non-commercial vehicles. And I think we wanted to know if that was actually the case. We just wanted to understand more. And there was even, we were having all sorts of discussions as to how we can help. I think it's important to know we were certainly there to support the OPP, but at this time, we had been having discussions with the federal government and others about what else can the province do. At this time, we were looking at what sort of, because we believe the CVOR did not work, what could we do? And that's how the emergency order came about, or I shouldn't say that's how the emergency order came about. That's part of what went into the emergency order within a matter of 2 days was new powers that could do what was being asked. So we were looking at all sorts of different angles. We were there to assist the OPP. We weren't doing any direct enforcement, but we were trying to gather information just like many other people were as well. So we were looking at all sorts of ideas. And I think this also connected. There was just a question like, could we start calling CVOR operators to tell them that their truck might be there? Like this was just, one of the many angles we were trying to do to try and help solve the situation that week. Just because we didn't think the CVOR was the right way to go, it didn't mean we weren't trying to find other ways to address the situation that week.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Hi.
Mr. Freeman, let me just start off with respect to what is the MTO's role in public protests or public demonstrations when they block highways or roads. Would you say that it's typical that, or not unusual for public demonstrations to create or inhibit traffic?
They can certainly. And the ministry's role would be the same as I've described, to assist police as requested.
Right. And would it also be fair to say that you would also create signage and divert traffic as necessary in order to facilitate the demonstration?
Yes, as requested by police.
So you would be guided by the OPP or the police of the jurisdiction to provide that assistance?
Yes.
To facilitate the protest?
Yes.
And as would it then be also consistent, we looked at the MTO's plan with respect to the Freedom Convoy. My friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the MTO suspended the inspections of trucks through the convoy. Was that also kind of part of facilitating the protest at the time?
I don't know if it was intended to facilitate a protest. I think it was based on the direction from the OPP to not engage in that way. I just don't know if the intent was, as you've described, to facilitate a protest or not.
Okay, but other than with respect to direction from the OPP or police forces, the MTO would not take enforcement measures against a demonstration.
Correct.
And I know many of us have covered the CVOR issue. And if I could just go back to that again, the letter to Michael Keenan that you were taken to earlier, it's clear that the enforcement under CVOR, the purpose is public safety, correct?
No, the purpose is highway and safety of traveling public.
Right, and to sanction non-compliance safety behavior.
Yes.
And as you told my friend, Ms. Tardif, your concern or the MTO's concern about using the CVOR was that you did not want it to be used to, in relation to civil disobedience.
It wasn't so much that we didn't want to, it was that it wasn't intended or ever used in that way, nor do the procedures or the policies that it's the practical application of it was ever intended for it to be used that way. The Highway Traffic Act as legislation is about safety for traveling public and motor vehicles, not about public order or protest. It was never that's not its purpose.
And was there also a concern of setting a precedent to use the CVOR as a method of enforcement against civil disobedience?
I don't know if it was so much that it was a precedent, a worry of a precedent. It was a worry that it didn't actually do what people were asking it to do.
Was there also concern that you would delegitimize the process that exists with respect to the CVOR and how it's understood by both the government and industry participants?
Yeah, that was a concern.
So I'm just going through my notes because some of these issues have already been covered. And my friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the Ontario Declaration of Emergency was declared on February 11th, 2022. But the letters with respect to this, I'll call it the CVOR enforcement under the EMPCA, were not issued until February 17th. And you stated that that was an OPP decision as to when to issue those letters, when to issue those warnings?
I don't know if it was OPP, but it was a policing decision.
It was not an MTO decision.
Correct.
And Mr. Freeman, did you have input to Minister Mulroney into what the MTO would be requesting under the EMPCA? Did you provide input as to what cabinet should consider before the EMPCA was relied upon?
We provided, yes. So after we determined that the CVOR was not the appropriate mechanism, we began to develop options that could potentially be used. We did brief the minister on that. Ultimately, we provided input into what the Ministry of the Solicitor General was developing, for which they used.
And can you provide just kind of an outline of the options that you provided to your minister and to the Solicitor General?
Well, we provided options looking at increased changes to, for example, new legislation or changes to the HTA penalties that could exist, those types of things.
So amendments that could be done to the HTA to increase fines or increase
Yes.
enforcement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Next, the CCF.
Mr. Freeman, good afternoon. My name is Ajit Chaudhary. I'm with the CCF. I have some questions for you about tow trucks
Okay.
and the legal tools to compel the provision of tow truck services. So I'd first asked the registrar to put up the emergency measures regulations under the Emergencies Act, and I have a document code for that, although I imagine it would be on speed dial here. So it's SSM.can.401911_REL.301. So while we're waiting for it to come up, I take it you're familiar with the emergency measures regulations?
I'm familiar, but by no means an expert.
Sure. You referred to them in an answer to a question posed by my friend from the commission, though.
Yeah.
So could we go to page 8, please? So if we could just scroll down, please, Mr. Registrar, to 7.1, that's good. So would you agree, if you could just have a look at section 7 sub 1. Have you seen that section before?
Yes.
Okay, so would you agree that section 7 sub 1 in substance says that a person must make available and provide tow truck services if requested by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness or the RCMP Commissioner or a designate? Correct?
Yes.
Good, okay. So could we go down then to the next page, please? To 10 sub 2. And so could you just have a look at that, please? Have you seen this provision before?
Yes.
Okay, so would you agree that in substance, section 10 sub 2 provides that creates a criminal offense for a failure to comply with the emergency measures regulations, including the provision we just looked at together, section 7 sub 1, in relation to tow trucks?
That's what it appears to do, yeah.
Good. And there's sanctions involving both fines and imprisonment under both summary and indictment.
Yes.
Good, all right. Now, I'd like to take you to the HTA, if I could. And so this document, Mr. Registrar, is CCF 50s, I believe. Yes, wait, 60s, 10. And while we're waiting for it to come up, Mr. Freeman, you stated in your evidence this morning, or earlier today, I should say, that the HTA is a key act. Is that, we're going to take you to section 171. So this is on page 361, please. If we could scroll down just a bit. Okay, so if we could stop there. So this section is entitled Tow Truck Services. Are you familiar with this section?
Not in great detail, but I can understand it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a question that's about section sub 3.1, which is on the next page. Let's stop there. So this says, so the title for this subsection is Other Prohibited Activities, and it says no driver of a tow truck or other person who is in charge of a tow truck shall engage in an activity prohibited by regulation. Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Good, okay, now let's go down a bit further to subsection 6. Stop there, please. And so subsection 6 says that the lieutenant governor in council or the provincial cabinet has the power under subsection B to prescribe prohibited activities for the purposes of subsection 3.1. Is that right?
Yes.
And that seems to be quite a broad grant of authority to the provincial cabinet, correct?
You're getting a little out of my depth in terms of legal interpretation here, whether it's broad or not.
But it says that it doesn't say what sorts of activities can be prescribed. It just says prescribed activities.
Prescribing prohibitive activities, yes.
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So
For the
that-
purposes of what's above, but You know, I just want to refrain from trying to interpret this too much here. It's beyond my expertise.
Okay, good. And then let's go up a little, I promise you, this is the last subsection we'll look at together. So if you could scroll up, please, Mr. Registrar, to subsection 4. And so this provision is entitled offense. It creates a provincial offense for breaching any provision in this section, which it would include, of course, any regulation enacted pursuant to subsection 3.1, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Freeman, I'd like to ask you this. Would you agree that under section 171, at any time, the Ontario Cabinet could have made it a regulation that a tow truck driver cannot deny a tow truck services if requested by a suitable public official? So a municipal chief of police, the OPP commissioner, or the head of the RCMP?
I don't know the answer to that. It's there could be other provisions here that suggest otherwise. I don't know this well enough.
So Mr. Freeman, I'm going to press you on this a bit. I put it to you that this is the only section in the HTA governing tow trucks. And that under this section, the provincial cabinet can prescribe conduct by tow truck drivers. And that it's an offense if a tow truck driver breaches that requirement.
I'm not a lawyer, and anytime we would say what we can or can't do, it's something we would engage our counsel on. So I don't want to tie myself to an answer that I could be wrong for the commission.
So Mr. Freeman, I'll conclude on this note then. If in fact the provincial cabinet could have passed a regulation requiring that a tow truck driver provide a service and making it an offense to not do so, would that not in substance have been the same as the corresponding provision in the emergency measures regulation?
I think based on what you said, possibly, yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, next, the convoy organizers.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the organization that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in February and January of 2022. Just have a couple of questions for you, sir. Are you familiar? I'm assuming you're familiar with most transportation law. I know my friend has put some things to you, and that you talk to lawyers. But are you familiar with the International Bridges and Tunnels Act?
Not in any sort of depth.
Okay, but you're familiar of its existence?
Yes,
And that's a federal law?
it's my understanding.
Right. And I understand it that that law is governed by the federal minister of transportation. Is that correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that under that act, that at any time for the purpose of safety and security, that the federal minister of transport, if the minister is of the opinion that there is an immediate threat to the security or safety, any international bridge or tunnel, the minister may make directions, including directions respecting the evacuation of a bridge or tunnel and the diversion of traffic or persons, requiring any person to do or refrain from doing anything that, in the opinion of the minister, is appropriate to do or refrain from doing in order to respond to that threat. So he's permitted to just pass an order to vacate the bridge, vacate the area. Would that have been helpful?
Well, so two things. First, without the act in front of me, I can't say that's part of it or not. I don't work for the federal government. And again, police were leading the response, so you would have to ask police whether or not that would have been helpful.
Mm-hmm. And this protest, that it started on the 7th?
No, it
7th of February?
started. Oh, sorry, you're talking about in Windsor. I believe that's the date.
Right, and they cleared it on the 12th,
12th and 13th, I believe. Yes.
before the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
And at no time did the minister pass a regulation in order to vacate that bridge.
The federal minister,
Yeah.
not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good evening, Commissioner Emily Tamman for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. We don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, the Windsor Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions.
Okay, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service.
Hello.
You were asked some questions by one of my colleagues earlier about MTO enforcement officers in Ottawa, and I believe you weren't certain if they were used in Ottawa on the first weekend. So I'm going to see if I can help you. If we could call up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 400272, please. Page 1. At the bottom of page 1. These are situational reports that the MTO puts out. And you'll see at the bottom of page 1, so this is January 28th. This would be the Friday. And we see convoy arrived in Ottawa starting at approximately 1. And it says MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. And so I'll take you to then the one for the following day, which would be the Saturday.
Okay.
And if we go to ONT 400273, please, on page 2. And if you just scroll up a little bit, please. No, the other way, I'm sorry, scroll down. Thank you. So you'll see on January 29th, so that's the Saturday, convoys to arrive at Parliament Hill. MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so as I understand it, and so I believe MTO did have enforcement officers there for the subsequent weekends, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they were as well.
Right. In Toronto, we know, however, that MTO was asked in advance of the February 1st convoy arrival to be on the GTA highways by the OPP, partly as a deterrent and to provide support to the OPP, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in advance. It was the day before, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was in advance of the expected weekend protest.
And the focus was on the routes going into downtown and the 400 series highways.
Yes.
And that's because you had the Ottawa experience, so Toronto was treated a bit differently.
Again, we weren't making decisions. It was the police who asked for the help. So one could imagine that might have been why they wanted to do that.
And it was the OPP who specifically asked
Yes.
for MTO to be involved. And Ottawa was always expected to be a peaceful event, I believe. That was in the original operational plan of the MTO and the original announcement on January 21st that we saw, correct?
That was MTO's understanding, yes.
MTO, we saw, I took you to when I started the situation reports. And I understand those situation reports came out virtually every day and sometimes a couple times a day during the convoy.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me, I've looked at the situational reports for January 23 up to January 28th. There's no reference in them to the convoy causing major problems or to how long they're going to be in Ottawa. Is that record with your recollection?
I don't recall them speaking to the timelines or level of disruption.
Right, and I won't call up the documents, but just for the record, it is ONT 40 0260 to 0272. And it is only on January 29th, which is ONT 400273. Mr. Clerk, if we could please turn that up on page 1. And if we could just scroll down, please. Yeah, sorry, if you can just stop there. Thanks very much. Information received, so this is January 29th. Information received that the convoy protesters may stay in Ottawa for up to a month or longer if their demands are not met. So that's on Saturday when the convoy is already there. And so up until then, I did not see it referenced. So I take it only became relevant on the Saturday when they were already there. Is that right?
Well, that, I don't know about relevant, but that's maybe when whatever intelligence the enforcement community at MTO had became apparent.
And if I look at all of the operational updates prior to January 29th, all of them refer to the convoy, but don't note any particular concerns. There's a heading on those documents called operational updates and impacts, and there's nothing of particular concern raised in any of them. Is that fair?
I would have to look at them, but I don't recall that being the case. And probably consistent with MTO's role for protests is we don't get the same level of intelligence that police do. So that might have been the understanding of those who were involved at the time.
Sure. I believe I've used my time, Mr. Commissioner. If I might have another, just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I know on January 26, and I can call it up if you need it, but on the January 26 operational update, I saw on page 1, and it was ONT 400267. There's mention that one of the convoys there is about 135 kilometers length, but there doesn't seem to be any particular concern noted. Do you recall reading it? That it's actually in the
right.
Third paragraph, I'm sorry. And there doesn't seem to be any concern noted. MTO wasn't trying to stop it on the highway or slow it down or divert it.
Well, MTO wouldn't have that role again in a protest situation. Police would be the lead and we would be there to assist. I don't know in any of these that the level of concern is ever indicated. And I was not involved in these early reports. So I'm seeing them, for the first time when we've pulled them up.
Sure. In fact, the operational plan of the MTO says officers will not be involved in the commercial vehicle traffic stops of people in the convoy, correct? That was the direction you had from the OPP?
Yes.
MTO, I believe, says in their plans that they recognize the right to peaceful protest, which is what this was supposed to be, correct?
That's what we understood it to be.
I won't call it up, but there's reference to, and I don't believe you were at the meeting, but there was a tripartite meeting and it's SSM, can.nsc 402676. On page 2 of 4, one of the issues raised, and I believe it was raised by Mayor Watson, was a request that the MTO, at that point, it was February 10th, get more involved, and noted that the MTO always sets up blitzes on 400 highways, but haven't done so in this case. Is that correct?
I would have to see the document, but are you, sorry, which are you asking, is his statement correct? Or
No, I'm asking, yeah, is that statement correct that the MTO does do blitzes on Highway 400, on 400 series highways, but did not do so in this case?
MTO does do enforcement blitzes, not directly on the highways, but, you know, near highways. In this case, we were asked not to do that type of work by police, by the OPP.
And sorry, just to finish off, I want to ask you a question regarding weigh scales. And one of the things considered by the MTO was to look at what Quebec did, because they had a convoy as well. And I understand they set up truck inspection stations, but Ontario chose not to do that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the question was raised, and it is ONT 400092. The question was raised about whether weigh scales could be used to slow down the convoy, as was done in Quebec. But a decision was made not to do that in Ontario, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it's on page 2, actually. Yeah. And I understand that under the Highway Traffic Act, MTO officers may stop vehicles and direct them to weigh stations, correct? You have that authority?
Yes.
And if weigh stations are open, trucks have to stop and be subject to inspection, check for weight, height, length, axles, proper class of license, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's Janine Cabersi, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly, and we also have no questions.
Government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Mr. Freeman, I expect you're familiar with the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety?
Yes.
And I understand that that council involves federal, provincial, and territorial ministers and officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is an ADM level table for that council, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And do you sit on that ADM level table?
I don't in my current role, but I did in the role that I was in during the time of the protests.
And I'm interested in February of 2022 during the protests. So you did participate in that table at that time, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that officials from the Government of Saskatchewan also participated in that table at that time?
Yes.
And this has been referenced already in your evidence, but I understand that there were meetings of the ADM level table on February 4th and 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes. And maybe just to clarify too, it wasn't a formal committee meeting, but members of the committee were meeting informally at the request of Transport Canada.
Yes, my understanding is that the meetings were organized by Transport Canada, and they were specifically because Transport Canada wanted to develop a common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways. Is that fair?
Yes, it was. That was part of the purpose. Absolutely.
And these were effectively ad hoc meetings then, is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
And they were organized then on relatively short notice?
Yes.
And then in your experience, such FPT meetings can be set up on very short notice, is that fair?
Yes.
And can they even be set up on weekends if needed?
They add, certainly people can ask to meet on the weekend. Again, I don't know that formal council committee meetings would ever occur, but informal meetings I could imagine could be called at any time.
And during those meetings on February 4th and February 8th that were set up on short notice and which were ad hoc meetings, you had good participation from the FPT representatives, did you not?
That's my recollection, yes.
I also understand that there was discussion at those meetings about, of course, this common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways, but that discussion was really about what might be accomplished with existing provincial and federal law. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be part of the conversation as well.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there was no discussion of the federal government potentially invoking the Emergencies Act at those meetings on February 4th or 8th, was there?
I don't recall it or see it in any meeting summaries, no.
That would have been a big deal if there was discussion of that nature, wouldn't it?
And maybe to clarify, this is ministries of transportation typically, so something like that might not be raised at that meeting because it's not necessarily a transportation tool, but yes, I would think it would be something we would remember and would report back on.
And in your view, would those meetings have been an appropriate forum for the potential invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act to be discussed? And I'm thinking particularly because you have MTO officers that may need to exercise certain responsibilities if the federal law was used and new responsibilities were placed on them.
I don't know. I don't know if I can answer whether it's fair or not. Certainly having time and awareness would be well, but I also know it's this is a very big instrument for the government the federal government to use, and I don't know that they would start with that group to speak to first.
If that information were made available to you, for example, on February 8th, it would have been valuable and you would have been pleased to receive it, correct?
I mean, it's the more information is always better, but I don't know if I would agree that we would expect to hear about the federal government choosing to invoke such a legislation or a tool at that type of meeting. That would be my sense. I don't know. I wouldn't expect to hear something like that in that committee.
It might be above your pay grade. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, the government of Alberta, please.
Good evening. Honolora Yamamoto for the government of Alberta, and we have no questions.
Okay, thank you. The Democracy Fund, please.
Good evening. It's Alan Honor for the Democracy Fund. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you a few questions about tow trucks. Can we pull up ONT.403842? This is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today.
Okay.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I think that's not the right document.
3842.
I'm sorry, just bear with me for a moment, please. Sorry, that was 3842, ONT 40s 3842.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, can we try ONT 50s 179? I'm looking for an email here from Jason Parazzi. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, this is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today. If we look at the top of the second page, so if we can just scroll down there. What we see here, and actually, if you can just scroll up a little bit. Okay, so you see just up at the top, this is an email from Jason Baravi, and later in the text of the email, he says that the third towing company has dropped out and that you're now down to 10 tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if you just scroll down to page 3, a little bit lower. That's good. In the first point in this email, which is dated February 16th, we see that the 13 trucks are heavy tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what you're down to now is 10 heavy tow trucks as opposed to 13 heavy tow trucks.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if the companies were being compelled to provide tow truck services under the Emergencies Act or the measures available to them, they would not be able to drop out?
That's my understanding of the federal legislation, yes.
Right. And so this email suggests, when we read that somebody dropped out, that the 3 towing companies were providing their services willingly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. The CLA, CCDL.
Good evening. Mr. Freeman, can you hear me all right?
I can.
My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers, 2 organizations with joint standing. I know I'm standing between everyone and dinner, so I'd like to ask you just a few questions about the role and the limitations of the Highway Traffic Act and the CVOR system. And I know my friends from the City of Ottawa and the CCLA have already asked you some related questions, so I'm going to try to be brief.
Okay.
You said in your witness statement and have repeated here that addressing protests is not the purpose of the Highway Traffic Act or its associated licensing tools. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Instead, the purpose of the HTA is to keep traffic flowing and keep the roads safe. Is that fair?
It's primarily a safety legislation, yes.
Okay. And you identified in your witness statement some of the provisions in the Highway Traffic Act that would make it an offense for individuals to block a highway. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to pull up your witness statement, but you identified a few provisions. Is that right?
Yes.
There's section 170 subsection 12, which prohibits parking or standing a vehicle in a way that interferes with traffic. Is that one of the sections?
Yep. Yes.
And then section 132, which prohibits unnecessarily slow driving that impedes or blocks traffic. Is that one?
That sounds right. Yep.
And then section 134.1, which authorizes police to direct the removal and storage of vehicles or debris blocking traffic.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, you knew at the time that parking vehicles in the roadway was something that protesters did both in Ottawa and in Windsor. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's why you pointed to these particular provisions in your witness statement.
Yes, I think I might have, maybe was asked for relevant provisions, but yes, that's why.
These are the ones that are responsive to that concern.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that blocking a road can interfere with keeping traffic flowing and keeping roads safe.
Yes.
Okay, and you told us a little bit today about some of the ways the HTA and associated licensing tools can't be sort of used properly. And for example, you explained that the MTO was concerned about delegitimizing the CVOR certificate system by misusing it in the context of civil disobedience. Do I have that right?
That was part of the concern, yes.
And the MTO took the position that the scheme couldn't be used to just cancel a CVOR certificate outright, at least not until the emergency order was in place.
That's right. Not without the due process and the collecting of evidence and following the steps.
Right. That's the lengthy process that you sort of several council took you through, and sort of shortcutting that. That's the kind of action that would be a misuse of the CVOR scheme.
Yes.
Or a misuse of the demerit points scheme for outside the commercial trucking context.
Right.
But I take it that it's not the MTO's position that the police should refrain from laying charges under the Highway Traffic Act where appropriate, simply because this was a protest.
Well, I don't believe we have an opinion on what police do or don't do. That's up to police in the context of the situation that they're dealing with.
Right, because that's a policing decision, whether or not to lay charges, whether it's an appropriate situation, whether there are other concerns. That's a policing decision, not a decision that comes from the MTO.
That's right.
Okay, but so police deciding to lay charges under the HTA, that's not something that would be the kind of misuse that the MTO was concerned about.
Correct.
And so should the commission understand your comments about the role of the HTA as being related specifically to the suggestion that perhaps the MTO could get involved and cancel licenses or cancel CVOR schemes? So I guess my question is your comment about the limited use of the HTA specifically responsive to that sort of suggestion that was being made perhaps by Transport Canada? They tried to understand the scheme, perhaps by commentators in the media. So should we understand your comment in light of those suggestions?
Yes, it was more specific to what MTO should do, not an opinion on what police should or shouldn't do.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of quick questions. Just in terms of the demerit system, you talked about the problem that the regulation of trucks and their CVROR is provincial.
Yes.
Is there no mechanism for transferring demerit points from one province to another if a vehicle from another province, a truck, I'm sorry?
No, there is. So my understanding is convictions that would happen in one jurisdiction are shared with the home jurisdiction and would go on their record there. What doesn't happen is the points that are accumulated on our on Ontario carrier, there's no, sorry, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this. To really quickly answer to better answer the question, if there's a conviction that happens in Ontario, another jurisdiction would report that on their carrier's record.
So I'm trying to understand what the problem was because of trucks from outside of Ontario. You'd mentioned that was a problem, and I'm not understanding it.
Well, so if we took action specifically, we can only take action from a sanctioning action on Ontario carriers, meaning we can only suspend Ontario carriers CVOR. We don't have the ability to remove or suspend the licensing of an out-of-province carrier. We can, if police make lay charges and there's convictions in Ontario, that would go on their home record. But what that province does and how that impacts their license in that jurisdiction, Ontario has no control over. Does that help clarify?
It doesn't, it doesn't. I would expect this, the consequences are probably fairly similar from one province to another if there are an accumulation of offenses.
Absolutely. I would think that they would be somewhat similar from province to province, although I can't speak to what other provinces have. The suggestion was more in response to, at the time, there was a suggestion, well, why don't we just cancel their or suspend their CVORs or equivalent in other provinces? And the point that was being made is Ontario doesn't have the power to suspend or cancel other provinces' abilities to operate.
I understand that, but I think I also understood you to say Ontario didn't have that power either without going through charges and et cetera. So
yeah. This is true. I don't know that we were trying to say anything other than that it's, we have control over the Ontario population of carriers. We do not have oversight of out of province carriers.
I guess that's, I might not agree in the sense that you have the same oversight. You're supposed to supervise and charge them and make sure that they're behaving in the same way an Ontario carrier would.
Well, police would lay charges or our enforcement officers for specific infractions, but the role of the registrar or the deputy registrar in sanctioning them only applies to Ontario carriers. Maybe that's a better way to describe it.
Okay, I understand that. Now, one of the things I wanted to also understand is the emergency regulation in Ontario. It provided powers with respect to the licenses, the CVROR. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the process there? Is it a charge to which they will then have to go to court and they have a right to appeal? And
specifically with the emergency order, there was no rights to appeal. It was a direct sanction that the registrar could apply.
So it's suspension immediate, which is the difference with a process of, and the emergency order, you said at one point that there was no provision with respect to tow trucks in Ontario's order.
Related, I think specifically, I think I was referring to direct that tow truck must comply or any sort of indemnification.
Yeah, so there was nothing in the emergency order in Ontario?
Correct.
And do you know if if your ministry had requested that be included?
I don't recall a request on that.
Do you know if anyone else requested, any other ministry or police requested?
I don't know.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks very much for your testimony and thank you for accommodating the commission by switching. That's much appreciated. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are complete for today and we will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 and we hope well, it'll be a fairly long day tomorrow again, but nothing new there. Adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Thank you.